Hello there, and welcome to tonight's story. If you enjoy this story, please subscribe, like, and comment on places and times you would like to visit. Please lie back and relax as you let the words take you off to other times that have been before. Now close your eyes and let us journey to the past. Before the first sliver of sunlight cuts across the endless Mongolian steppe, life in the military encampment is already shifting from sleep to movement. Among the countless felt tents, gurs circular and white against the grey morning, shadows emerge. There is no bugle, no shouted order, just the knowledge, carved into every bone, that a soldier who waits risks falling behind. Within one of the smaller gurs near the perimeter, a Mongol foot soldier stirs. His name is not recorded in any chronicle. He owns no land, no lineage of prestige, but he is a part of something vast, something terrifying. The machine of Mongol conquest. He pulls himself upright on stiff limbs. His deal, the quilted tunic worn by all Mongols regardless of station, smells of old sweat and sour milk. It's stained with grease, blackened around the elbows, stiff from weeks of unwashed use. The felt lining is coarse, patched in several places, but it holds the morning cold at bay. Outside, the temperature hovers near freezing. Even in spring, the steppe bites early. The ger he shares with 5 others is warm with the breath of men and beasts. Packs line the walls, weapons rest close at hand. His bow, short and recurved, leans near his bedding, horn, sinew, and wood expertly fused. Beside it lies a quiver wrapped in leather, filled with arrows fletched with feathers from birds caught during downtime or taken from battlefield scavenging. As he steps outside, the sky is a deep bruise, clouds hanging low over the grasslands. The air is sharp, dry, and still. A handful of fires flicker in the distance, just enough to heat stones for tea or warm bowls of millet. Horses whinny softly, their breath fogging in the cool. Most are tied loosely to wooden stakes driven deep into the earth. Though mounted warfare is the heart of Mongol might, not every soldier rides. Foot soldiers like him form the spine of siege operations, the bulk of supply movement, and the reserve ranks. He walks more than he rides, fights more than he eats. He is 23, perhaps, or older. No one keeps careful count. His hands are scarred from bowstring burns and the jagged teeth of enemy blades. His feet are wrapped in wool, then bound with scraps of linen under heavy boots worn nearly flat. He eats standing, sleeps clothed, answers orders without hesitation. A fellow soldier tosses him a strip of dried meat, likely goat, but hard to tell, smoked days ago over a dung fire. He chews slowly, jaw working against the grain. The taste is sharp, dry, gamey. A swig from a leather flask follows. Aerag, fermented mare's milk, sour with a faint burn. It wakes him. Breakfast is not a meal, it's a moment. Men mill about, fastening belts, checking bowstrings, whispering prayers to Tengri, the eternal blue sky. He does not speak aloud, but he does glance upward. The sky stretches endlessly in every direction, clouded and low. There are no temples, no icons, only sky, wind, and the ancestors. Today's orders are simple. Move east with the baggage train. The mounted warriors will ride ahead, out of sight. The foot soldiers follow, keeping the carts and herds moving. His job is to protect the supply line, keep pace, and be ready to dig, haul, fight, or die when called. He tightens the leather belt at his waist. A curved knife, his most trusted weapon, is sheathed at his side. Not elegant, but practical. Good for cutting ropes, sharpening arrows, or gutting an enemy if needed. His bow is slung across his back, arrows tucked beneath a felt wrap to keep them dry. Armor, such as it is, consists of leather scales sewn into overlapping rows across a sleeveless coat. Some men wear iron caps, but his is made from hardened leather, covered with cloth to keep the sun from baking it. Iron is scarce. More often, equipment is looted or issued based on need or rank. As a foot soldier, he is near the bottom. He falls into line beside other infantrymen. No formal ranks here. Leadership is earned in battle, rewarded in loot. Orders come down through gestures, glances, and trusted men repeating what the generals have said. The chain of command is simple, brutal, and efficient. The march begins. No fanfare, no banners. Just boots over grass, carts creaking behind oxen, and the occasional jingle of tack on pack animals. The wind presses against them, carrying the scent of grass, manure, and campfire smoke. They move in silence. A foot soldier doesn't speak unless needed. Words are weight. Breath is better saved for walking. As they march, he scans the horizon, always watching. Mongol scouts are ahead, unseen but present. Behind him, the camp is already being dismantled. Gers collapse quickly, their felt rolls strapped to carts. By midday, the site will be bare. No evidence of an army, thousands strong. The steppe offers no shelter, no mercy, and no secrets. The march continues. He adjusts his boots to keep the frostbite in his toes at bay. A blister is a risk. An infected cut could mean a death. Every soldier knows someone who didn't come back from something small. There's no doctor, just poultices, prayers and luck. They pass the charred remains of a burned village. Nothing but timbers and ash now. He does not pause. He saw it burning 4 nights ago. A raid. Quick, efficient. Loot taken, survivors scattered. He doesn't know the name of the place. It doesn't matter. What mattered was the food, the horses, the iron. He adjusts his bowstring again. Ahead, a scout signals with his hand. Time to pick up the pace. The foot soldier shifts the weight on his back and moves faster. Another day has begun. The march is endless. Time becomes a rhythm, not a number. The foot soldier does not measure the hours by the sun, but by muscle ache and the weight of his boots. With each step, the ground presses back. Frozen soil in the morning, softening as the sun climbs. The grass is short and sharp, tugging at wool leggings. Dust rises from the path behind them in pale plumes that cling to skin and settle in lungs. The men walk in loose ranks, not quite in formation, but not scattered. Order without stiffness. Each knows his role. No one waits for instruction. No one stops unless told. In this army, discipline is not shouted. It is lived. The carts creak behind them. Heavy wooden wagons drawn by oxen and slow ponies carry the dismantled gers, cooking pots, spare weapons and food, such as it is. Dried meat, grains, blocks of salted cheese that smell like smoke and hoof. Herders move with the column, driving sheep and goats that may be eaten if forage runs out. Horses, not needed by the infantry, ride alongside their own, grazing, drinking, waiting for battle. The foot soldier walks with a steady, practiced pace. His breath is controlled. Short, deliberate exhales through the nose. Talk wastes energy. So does complaining. The sun is now overhead, filtered through high clouds. The wind persists, dry and flat. The grasslands stretch in every direction. To outsiders, the landscape seems empty, featureless. To a Mongol soldier, it is a map etched with memory. A rise that shields from wind, a creek where water lingers, a hollow where ambush might come. A sharp whistle from the left. The column halts. It's not an alarm, just a signal for rest. The soldier kneels by the roadside. His knees crack. Too many years of squatting, crouching, marching. From a pouch at his belt, he pulls a small cloth wrap. Inside, a handful of roasted millet, a pinch of salt, and a crumb of dried meat. He eats slowly, chewing long enough to moisten it. He's careful. There's no more until evening. Nearby, others do the same. Some drink from skins. Others chew roots or boiled fat from last night's fire. No one overeats. No one hoards. What isn't eaten is returned to the pouch. Rations are sacred. He checks his bow while chewing. The horn composite is sensitive to moisture. He flexes it gently, feeling the pull in the limbs. Sinew backing glistens faintly in the light. The bow is compact, curved like a crescent moon, powerful enough to pierce armor at short range. Not as famous as the mounted archer's tool, but just as deadly in the right hands. He runs a cloth along the string to check for frays. The arrows are next. He slides one from the quiver. Broadhead tip, designed for cutting flesh. The shaft is straight, fletching tight. Each arrow is handcrafted, each a tool of precision. He has 22. Enough, if placed well. Too few, if the fight is drawn out. There is no shield. Mongol infantry rarely use them. They rely on movement, distance, and discipline. Armor is light, leather, occasionally lamella iron if luck or loot allows. But mobility is more important than protection. A slow man is a dead man. A call from the front. The rest ends. Back to marching. He stands, shoulders his bow and pack, and moves. There is no trail, only a direction. They follow a scout's guidance, a man who rode ahead at dawn and now returns with news. The next water source is half a day away. Bandit activity near a ruined village. No sign of enemy banners, for now. Still, they march in readiness. Each man knows the signs of an ambush. The buzz of horse flies that suddenly goes silent, a broken tree branch pointing the wrong way, birds fleeing without sound. The foot soldier has seen men fall in the first volley of arrows, never having drawn their own. This is not a parade. This is movement with purpose. To outsiders, it seems strange that the Mongol army moves with such efficiency. There is no grand pageantry, no ceremonial fanfare, just function. Everything has a place. Every man has a task. Even the animals move with rhythm. Herds in the center, wagons in the rear, scouts on the flanks. No wasted motion. Their strength is not in numbers alone, but in coordination and in silence. They pass the bones of a horse, picked clean. The foot soldier doesn't flinch. The sun-bleached ribs stand like white fingers reaching from the soil. Maybe the beast died of age. Maybe an arrow. Maybe exhaustion. Either way, it is past concern. He notes the direction of the wind, smells no rot, and keeps moving. The terrain changes slightly. Hills begin to swell gently from the grass. The wind hits differently here, eddying, unpredictable. A place of risk. Elevation is good for scouts, but it also hides movement. His senses sharpen. A hawk circles overhead. He knows its pattern, riding the thermal, searching for movement below. If it darts suddenly, it may have seen prey or men. Either could mean danger. But the bird glides without tension. No alarm. The march continues. He feels the first heat settle in his back. Sweat collects at the base of his neck. He shifts the strap across his shoulder. The pack is not heavy, just persistent. A skin of water, extra bowstring, whetstone, food pouch, spare tunic, and a bundle of horsehair rope for tying, binding, or trapping. Every item has earned its weight. He looks around. No one is speaking. No one needs to. This is life. The routine of it is both exhausting and comforting. A Mongol foot soldier doesn't expect rest, thanks, or reward. Only that the next camp will have food, fire, and perhaps a place to sleep without wind cutting through his clothing. This day will pass like many others. No battle, no glory. Just the slow ache of distance covered. The knowledge that he has moved the great wheel of the horde another inch forward. And for now, that is enough. The army halts near a stream, its waters narrow but steady, cutting like a silver thread through the brown grass. The sun is falling westward, and the shadows lengthen. For the Mongol foot soldier, this pause is neither relief nor luxury. It's a shift in task. The carts form a circle, a habit as old as the clans themselves. Tethered animals are led inside the perimeter. Fires are lit quickly with dried dung, kindling, and the soldier's own flint and steel. There is no fumbling. Every man knows his role. Every motion learned through repetition, not explanation. Hierarchy is iron here. The Mongol Empire is not ruled by random violence, despite its reputation. It is built on a foundation of rigid organization, born of tribal necessity and sharpened by war. The soldier is part of a zun, a unit of 100 men. Above him, the jagun of 1,000. Beyond that, the two men, 10,000 strong. Each level answers upward with discipline that rivals any European army. Orders flow down like a river, smooth but unbending. His immediate superior, a seasoned veteran with 3 fingers missing from his left hand, says nothing as the soldier begins to unpack the supplies. He doesn't need to. The rules are understood. Tents are pitched in a precise formation. Fire pits are dug. Water is collected in turns. Guards are assigned without question. Even here, far from battle, the rules hold. Disobedience is rare. The Yasa, the great law code set down by Genghis Khan, forbids unnecessary quarrels, theft from fellow soldiers, and disobedience in the field. Punishment is swift and final. A man caught stealing a horse may be executed. A soldier who abandons his unit in battle may be trampled by his own comrades. This is not cruelty. It is necessity. Trust is not optional. It is survival. The soldier, wiping sweat from his brow, remembers the last time he saw punishment delivered. A young man had fallen asleep while on guard. The night was cold, but the risk was colder. His punishment was not death, not that time, but flogging and public disgrace. The message was clear. In the Mongol army, one man's failure could mean hundreds of deaths. The horde does not tolerate weakness. Yet within that order, there is adaptability. The Mongols are unmatched in their ability to bend to circumstance. This is what sets them apart from their enemies. A city wall, they build siege towers. A river, they ford it or freeze it. An army retreats, they pursue with patience, never losing cohesion. The soldier has been on campaign for nearly 2 years, from the grasslands of home to forests, rivers, and dry wastelands, where even crows do not settle. He has helped build bridges, dig latrines, drag siege weapons, herd sheep, and bury the dead. He has seen frostbite crack open men's fingers and sand blind their horses. But never once has the army fallen into disarray. Even in retreat, rare as that is, there is order. Even in hunger, there is rationing. Even in panic, the voice of command rises clear above the wind. Tonight, he shares his fire with 4 others. One sharpens his spear, another rewraps a bandaged ankle, a third prepares a pot of millet, and dried goat on a small brazier. The fourth says nothing, staring into the distance, lips moving silently. Perhaps a prayer, perhaps just thought. The foot soldier lays out his bedroll, felt and hide stitched into a mat. He props his bow nearby. His knife rests beneath the pillow. His boots stay close. In the middle of the night, if a horse panics or a shout rings out, there won't be time to think, only to move. He eats slowly, drinking boiled water mixed with a sour mash of fermented grain. There is no feast. There is nourishment. Hunger is managed with discipline, not indulgence. As the fire burns low, the camp quiets, but even now, the structure holds. Watch rotations begin. 3 men per zoon take the first shift, then 3 more, and so on. A scout returns from a farther ridge. He speaks briefly with the commander, points southeast, then disappears into the shadows again. The soldier knows what that means. Movement at dawn. The Mongol army wastes no time. They travel light, strike fast, and live harder than those they fight. It's why they win. The soldier has seen it. Armored knights drowning in marshes, foot soldiers crushed by horse archers, whole towns surrendering at the mere sight of black banners on the ridge. The Mongol way is not about pride. It is about efficiency. No brightly polished armor, no long speeches before battle, no prayers to gold-laced saints, just rules, planning, and fear carried like a banner before them. Still, pride runs deep, not in pageantry, but in performance. The soldier takes quiet pride in his endurance, in knowing he can outmarch enemies twice his size, in knowing that his bow is faster, his formation more flexible, that his army does not wait for fair weather or sacred days, that the world bends before their horses, and that, when called, he will fight not just to kill, but to erase. It is what they do. It is why they are feared. Sleep comes slowly, layered with the cold of the grass and the ache in his calves. He turns onto his side, back to the fire, face to the dark. Another day nearly done. The orders will come at sunrise. They always do. The sky is still dark when the orders come. The foot soldier rises with a practiced groan. The fire has long gone out, but his body has learned to conserve its own heat. He checks the ground beside him. Boots, bow, knife, quiver, all where they should be. His fingers are stiff with cold, his back aching from the hard ground, but the movement is smooth. Habit has replaced comfort. Today will be different. The scout's report confirmed it. Contact expected by midday. Enemy troops, possibly Khwarezmians, or one of the fractured Rus factions, are encamped beyond a ridge. The mounted units have already peeled off to flank. The foot soldiers will form the center. Slower, yes, but solid, numerous, and reliable. He eats standing. Dried meat and hard bread softened with water, warmed over a brazier. He shares a nod with the men around him, but no words. They all know what's coming. Talking wastes breath. His gear is checked again, not from doubt, but duty. He feels the tension in his limbs as he tests his bowstring. Leather braces wrap his forearms to protect from the violent snap of the string during release. His arrows are laid out briefly on the ground, 12 broadheads, 6 bodkin points for punching through armor, and 4 fire-tipped, soaked in pitch and wrapped in cloth. A foot soldier rarely gets more than 1 good volley before engaging up close. His knife is sharpened. His small axe, not ceremonial but blunt and reliable, hangs from his belt. He's killed with it before. He will again. They march light. No banners, no horns, only purpose. Their commanders, many of them veterans of campaigns stretching from Korea to the Caspian Sea, issue commands in quick bursts. Runners travel between units, notching furrows in the dirt to mark distances, placing small markers to measure line width and arrow range. Precision, not pageantry, rules the day. By the time the sun edges over the plain, the army is already in motion. The foot soldier is positioned near the front ranks, not because of rank, but rotation. Everyone takes their turn. Everyone bleeds. The logic is unspoken. No man is special. All are part of the horde. As they ascend the low hill, the terrain comes into view, and so do the enemy standards. A line of tents, spears like thorns jutting from the earth, and faint movement, sentries adjusting their posts, unaware of how close death already is. The Mongols do not attack without thought. They feign retreat, ambush from multiple angles, and study terrain like scholars. Their commanders calculate wind direction and soil firmness with the same care a merchant gives to counting coin. But today's order is simple. Advance. Break them, and leave none standing. The soldier feels the old pressure rise in his chest. Not fear exactly, but readiness. His pulse quickens. His grip tightens. Every part of his body begins to narrow in purpose. This is not panic. This is transformation. The hours of waiting, the days of cold, the endless walking, all come to this. A volley of arrows is loosed from behind. Mongol horse archers, already in motion. The enemy shouts in surprise. It's begun. He moves at a half run with his unit, downhill and toward the rising chaos. His first arrow is already nocked. He pulls. The bow creaks. Release. It sings. He doesn't wait to see the result. A second is ready. Draw. Fire. Then close the gap. His feet slam into the earth with speed that belies his burden. Dust kicks up. The sun rises further, and within seconds they are in it. The meat of the clash. He drops his bow and draws his axe. Not beautiful, not graceful, just fast and close. The first enemy is still drawing his sword when the foot soldier's axe cracks into the man's shoulder. Bone gives. A scream. He pulls it free, steps forward, and strikes again. Blood sprays. Heat flares. The noise becomes a wall of metal, bone, and breath. The Mongol infantry does not fight like the Europeans. No shield walls or polished plate. They are fluid, savage, but smart. They flank, they harass, they target commanders. The foot soldier moves not as an individual, but as a part of a predatory tide. To his left, a man takes an arrow to the thigh, down, screaming. A younger soldier leaps past, blade flashing. The horde absorbs losses like dry sand drinks water, without pause. The enemy begins to break. Some flee toward the river. A fatal mistake. Mongol archers have circled wide, and now cut off escape. The foot soldier does not pursue blindly. He regroups, regathers his arrows from fallen bodies, Mongol and foreign alike. One shaft is cracked, the rest are usable. He wipes his axe clean on the clothing of a corpse. He counts breaths. It's over in less than half an hour. The field is theirs. Smoke begins to rise from the enemy camp. Some of the younger men have already begun setting fire to supply tents. Loot will be divided later, under strict rule. There is no chaos, no pillaging without oversight. That is not the Mongol way. A clerk, literate, educated, and trained in the bureaucracy of conquest, walks the field, taking notes. Prisoners will be questioned. If useful, they may live. If not, the soldier doesn't dwell on it. He retrieves his bow, finds a dent in the limb, and marks it for repair. His hands are red to the wrists. Blood, mostly not his own. A small cut on his neck stings in the wind. He ignores it. The enemy is shattered. Another village will fall tomorrow. Another road cleared. The foot soldier eats a piece of dried cheese as he walks. Victory, like everything else, is part of the routine. The battle is over, but the work is not. Victory in the Mongol army is not marked by songs or banners raised high in triumph. It is marked by silence and by the methodical sorting of death. When the killing ends, the counting begins. The foot soldier moves across the ground, now slick with blood and ash. The heat of combat is gone, replaced by a dull throb in his joints and a ringing in his ears. His blade is notched, his quiver nearly empty. He has bruises along his ribs and a sharp cut above one brow. But he is standing, and that is more than can be said for many. The dead are dragged into rows, enemy first. Faces turned upward, mouths still open, eyes fixed forever on the sky they prayed to. Some are missing limbs. Others have no faces left. The foot soldier does not flinch. He has seen worse. There is no time for horror. Horror wastes light. A clerk passes by, accompanied by a soldier with a writing board slung across his chest. They murmur to each other in low tones as they count the bodies. Mongol officers want to know how many they killed. They measure victory in numbers, in damage done, in resistance crushed. 137 confirmed dead. More fled and will die in the chase. Some, likely, drowned trying to cross the river. Next, the Mongol dead. These are handled differently. A burial pit is dug on the hill's edge. Not a graveyard, but a functional trench. The dead are stripped of anything useful. Weapons, armor, boots, food. These will go to the living. The bodies are laid down respectfully, not reverently. There are no elaborate rites. A few men murmur prayers to Tengri. Others keep working. The foot soldier adds one of his comrades to the line. A younger man, barely old enough to grow a beard, dead from a gut wound. There is no priest, only wind. When the pit is full, it is covered in silence. No headstones, no names. Tomorrow, the grass will begin to reclaim it. Loot is organized next. Contrary to the myths told by terrified survivors, the Mongol army does not descend into chaos after a victory. Looting is managed with precision. Each item, coin, weapon, livestock, food, is catalogued and distributed under the supervision of unit leaders. Higher ranks receive shares based on merit and hierarchy. Common soldiers like the footman receive modest portions, a coin pouch, a new belt, a few preserved plums from an officer's rations. He also claims a spare knife from a fallen enemy. It's well made, useful. A man caught stealing from his own is dragged in front of the commanders. He is beaten, not out of anger, but discipline. The soldier watches from the edge. The man will not do it again. If he does, the punishment will not be merciful. From the edge of the scorched camp, smoke curls upward. Enemy tents are being burned. Anything not useful is destroyed. The Mongols do not leave behind tools or food that might aid an enemy later. The soldier helps tear down a supply shed and sets fire to the roof. Inside were dried fish, sacks of grain, and bolts of rough fabric. All of it ruined now. A message, more than a necessity. Still, not everything is wasted. He collects a water skin from a collapsed cart. It's clean, leather-bound, nearly full. He empties it into his mouth and refills it from the stream. Water is precious. Nothing clean goes unused. Prisoners are assembled, a mix of captured warriors, servants, and a few women who worked in the camp kitchens. Their fate will be decided tonight. Officers may question them for information, names of towns or supply routes. Some will be conscripted, others enslaved. A few, especially those who resist, will simply disappear. The soldier does not concern himself with it. That is not his role. He sharpens his axe. He cleans his blade. He removes his bloodied tunic and rinses it in the river, watching the red swirl and fade downstream. The water is cold. His hands sting. But he works until the cloth is clear, then hangs it to dry beside a tree charred by fire. As the sun dips low, the camp begins to rebuild. Tents are pitched again. Fires are lit. Meat is hung from sticks, smoke curling around fat sizzling in the open air. The day's march is postponed. The commanders allow the men to rest, not out of generosity, but efficiency. An exhausted soldier fights poorly. Tonight, they eat hot food. Tomorrow, they march again. The foot soldier sits with his unit. No songs, no stories, just quiet chewing. The meat is tough but rich. Goat roasted over hardwood. He eats slowly, savoring the warmth more than the flavor. Across from him, a veteran applies poultice to a burn wound. Another sharpens an arrowhead with a whetstone that's been in his pouch for years. A third just stares into the fire. Eyes empty, hands folded. Victory does not feel like celebration. It feels like continuation. Another day survived, another ridge cleared, another enemy removed. The foot soldier takes a sip of airag from a shared flask. It burns in the throat, fermented and sharp. He winces, then passes it on. He wonders briefly if this was the last fight, if they'll be sent home, but he knows better. The Mongol Empire does not retreat. It expands, always forward. The city they burned last month is already behind them. Another waits tomorrow. His deal is clean now, but the blood has stained the seams. It will not come out. That's fine. He lies back on his bedroll, bough beside him, knife in hand. He closes his eyes. The crows are still circling. The Mongol army does not stay in one place long. By sunrise, the camp begins to move, not in chaos, but with mechanical grace. This is no disorderly rabble. The Mongol horde, whether 10,000 or 100,000 strong, can break down, march, and reform in less time than most medieval armies take to wake. The foot soldier is already moving, loading a cart with the flattened frame of a ger, the portable felt tent that serves as both shelter and symbol of Mongol identity. The walls fold like latticework, the roof poles bound by leather straps. The felt covering is rolled and tied with horsehair rope. The entire dwelling, even when weighed down by days of soot and wind, can be dismantled in under an hour. The Mongols are masters of mobility. It is their signature and their weapon. While European armies rely on static castles and fixed supply lines, the Mongols bring their homes with them. Each soldier is expected to maintain his own mount, supplies, and equipment. Horsemen travel with multiple horses, often 3 to 5 per man, switching between them to preserve stamina. Though the foot soldier is not a cavalryman, he still walks within this moving ecosystem of speed, grazing, and ruthless efficiency. Today, they will travel with the Tumen, a military unit of 10,000 men. This structure, established by Genghis Khan himself during his military reforms, is a system of decimal organization. 10 men form an arban, 10 arbans a zun, 10 Zuns are Mingan, and 10 Mingans are Tumen. Officers are selected by merit, not birth, and answer directly to the Supreme Commander or one of the Noyans, Mongol generals of high rank, often tied to Genghis Khan's lineage or his inner circle. This meritocracy is rare in the 13th century. In Europe or the Islamic world, military rank is often inherited. Among the Mongols it is earned, in blood, loyalty, and tactical brilliance. Cowards are executed. Liars are shamed. But men who succeed, even commoners, can rise to command thousands. The foot soldier knows his place. He marches near the carts, alongside smiths, bowyers, cooks, and animal handlers. Infantry are not the stars of Mongol warfare. That place belongs to the light cavalry, who fire from horseback while moving at full gallop. But infantry serve a critical function, holding terrain, securing supply lines, building siege engines, and stabilizing the rear during deep raids. He is part of that spine. As they move, he watches the yam stations being set up, relay outposts along the supply route. The yam system is one of the greatest logistical achievements of the empire. Stretching across thousands of miles from China to the Volga, these stations allow for rapid communication between generals and the Khagan himself, wherever he may be. Riders from the Ertur, the imperial courier network, change horses at these points, allowing messages to travel hundreds of miles a day. Each rider carries a paisa, a metal tablet bearing the Khan's seal, which grants them food, shelter, and access to fresh mounts. This is how orders travel faster than enemies, how intelligence flows freely between theaters of war. This is why the Mongols win. The soldier does not carry a paisa, but he knows to step aside when a courier passes, dust trailing behind him like a cloak. As the day grows warmer, the column lengthens. The baggage train groans behind them. Herds of goats and sheep are driven slowly, providing fresh meat and milk when dried rations run out. Every part of the army is mobile, modular, replaceable. The Mongols do not need to wait for supply ships or overland caravans. They live off the land and off their own efficiency. The soldier walks at pace, checking his gear as he goes. His bow, a Mongol composite, is small but powerful, constructed from layers of wood, sinew, and horn, glued together with fish bladders and animal glue. When strung, it has immense draw strength, capable of punching through leather, chainmail, and even light plate at close range. Its range exceeds 300 meters in trained hands. He carries arrows with different heads, bodkin points for armor, broadheads for flesh, whistling arrows carved with holes to signal maneuvers. All of them are handcrafted, their fletching precise, their balance maintained obsessively. Arrows are not wasted. Every shot is a calculation. They rest briefly at midday. The soldier squats by a fire pit dug quickly with a shovel head. He drinks fermented mare's milk, airag, and chews dried mutton. There are no vegetables. The diet is protein, fat, and grit. The Mongol stomach is legendary. This man has marched on horse blood, boiled flour, and goat organs when needed. He has not bathed in a week. Bathing is considered a luxury, even a danger, by some. Hot water opens the skin, they say, and allows sickness to enter. He washes his hands with sand and his face with cold water when he can. His clothing smells of smoke, sweat, and animal grease. It is not a flaw. It is armor. The army moves again. A new scout joins the column, dust covering his shoulders. He reports to an officer with gestures and short words. Possible enemy activity by the river crossing 2 days ahead. Unconfirmed, but worth note. The officer nods, and the tempo shifts. Units adjust. Horse archers peel outward to scout. The infantry tighten formation. The carts are brought closer. A change in wind, a change in formation. No panic, no rush. Adaptation is reflex. The foot soldier sharpens his knife against the stone he keeps in his pouch. He does this while walking. The edge is already good, but he knows better than to let it slip. Ahead, thunder echoes, not from the sky, but hooves. A message, perhaps, or a warning. He doesn't tense. He doesn't speak. He just walks faster. Because in the Mongol army, momentum is more than movement. It is doctrine. It is death delivered at a gallop. And it never stops. The Mongol Empire is known for speed, for horses, archers, and fields stained red by sudden attack. But when the cities don't open their gates, the horde does not turn away. They build. And the foot soldier becomes more than a marcher. He becomes a builder of siege engines, a hauler of beams, a laborer in the grinding, choking machinery of Mongol siege warfare. They arrive outside the city by nightfall. A stone-walled settlement, unfamiliar in name but identical in fate to many before it. Its towers rise from a ridge like teeth, and the walls are thick with archers. Torches flicker from the parapets. The gates remain closed. Mongol scouts return with measurements: height, width, terrain, water source, direction of prevailing wind. And by morning, the siege begins. The commanders issue assignments. The foot soldiers' job: unload the gers, cut timber, and begin building mangonels, traction-powered catapults. Others dig pits, construct firing positions, or collect stone for ammunition. Trees near the city are felled with axes and bound with rawhide. Earth is moved, water is redirected, all of it under a chorus of shouted commands, smoke, and the whistle of arrows. The Mongols learned siegecraft from the Chinese, from Persian engineers, and later from captured specialists across Central Asia. What they do not invent, they perfect, adapting enemy machines, blending them with steppe tactics. They bring with them Chinese engineers, Muslim artillery experts, and a brutality born from necessity. Siege towers are constructed with shocking speed. Ramps of dirt and wood are raised to the city's edge. Tunnels are dug beneath the walls, not randomly, but with knowledge of pressure points and foundations. The infantryman's hands blister as he lifts stone and wet clay from trenches. They have done this before, in Zhongdu, in Nishapur, in Samarkand. No wall is safe from time or Mongol resolve. The defenders launch arrows, pour boiling oil, hurl insults. A stone slams into the ground 20 feet from the foot soldier. Dirt and blood spray. He doesn't stop moving. His orders are clear. In the night, the Mongols use psychology. Captured townspeople, defectors or survivors from previous conquests, are marched to the gates. Some plead, others are forced to shout warnings. "Surrender now," they say. "Open the gates. They are merciful if obeyed." The truth of this depends on timing. Cities that surrender early often survive. Cities that resist, he has seen what happens. In Merv, over 100,000 killed. Engineers say more. In Urgench, the canals clogged with the dead. In Baghdad, the rivers ran black with ink and red with blood. Fear is a weapon as potent as fire. By the third day, the foot soldier is working in shifts. He sleeps in short bursts, waking to hammer stakes, pull ropes, or reinforce a bridge made of planks lashed together with sinew. Horses ferry stone and sand. Arrows whistle past. The air smells of burning pitch and cooked flesh. A scribe walks through the ranks, recording the wounded, organizing the dead. The dead are burned or buried, depending on urgency. No one wails. There is no time. The mangonels are finally positioned. Ropes tighten. Tension builds. And then, release. A massive stone hurtles into the air and crashes into the battlements, sending men and rock spraying into the night. The defenders scream. Another follows, then another. Dozens more. The Mongols time the shots to fall in rhythm, not just to kill, to wear down resolve. The foot soldier joins a team rolling carts filled with fire arrows, their tips soaked in oil. These will be fired in clusters, lighting rooftops and setting chaos loose inside the walls. The infantry form ranks at the front, beneath long wooden pavises, shields taller than a man. These are not for fighting yet. They are for moving closer. A slow crawl toward the wall begins. He crouches behind his shield. Arrows thud into the wood with heavy cracks. He waits, then moves forward. Again and again. His unit inches closer with each volley. Behind them, sappers dig toward the walls, planning to set fires beneath support beams. In the dark, fire arrows fly. A roof catches, then another. Smoke rises inside the city. The wall will not fall today, but it will fall. When it does, the infantry will go first. Not the horsemen, not the generals. The foot soldier. He will climb the rubble, knife in hand, alongside dozens of others, to open the gates from within or die trying. He doesn't fear it, not because he is fearless, but because he is conditioned. This is what he was trained for, to outlast, outwork, and outfight the defenders, to be the tool that breaks stone with willpower. He sharpens his blade under torchlight. Tomorrow may be the breach, and if not, the day after. Because Mongols do not leave. They finish. The breach has come. At dawn, a section of the eastern wall collapses beneath hours of bombardment. The ground shakes. Dust clouds bloom outward. And within minutes, the Mongol infantry begins to move. The foot soldier waits with his shield team. His bow is slung over his back, but it will serve little use in the tight confines ahead. Instead, he grips his pulwar, a curved, short sword taken during a campaign against a Persian emirate. It is heavier than a knife, faster than an axe, and perfect for confined killing. Around him, men tighten belts, spit, mutter prayers to Tengri, and check their gear one last time. They do not chant. They do not roar. Mongol troops are not given to theatrics. Their silence is far more terrifying. They advance into the smoke as one, over rubble and broken stone, through corpses still hot from the wall's collapse. Arrows whistle from the remaining towers, but the foot soldiers hug the wall, advancing beneath the blind spots created by their own engineers. A few fall. The others step over them without pause. This is the way of things. Inside the breach, chaos reigns. The defenders are waiting. Lightly armored militia, perhaps city guards, farmers with blades, merchants in mismatched mail. They fight hard. They have no choice. They know what waits if they fail. The foot soldier is the first from his rank to cross into the alley beyond the breach. The air is thick with dust, and visibility drops to yards. Buildings on either side loom like teeth. He hears shouting, footsteps. He turns left, dodging a wild strike from a desperate man with a spear. He steps inside the man's reach and drives his blade upward, under the arm. The man drops. Blood splashes across the stone wall. Another comes. This one wears partial mail and carries a long sword. The foot soldier blocks with his bracer and swings low, cutting into the thigh. The enemy stumbles, and his throat is opened before he can scream. There is no time to check wounds, no time to slow. More soldiers pour into the city. Behind him, the elite Keshig, the Khan's heavy guard, begin to push deeper, targeting the inner compound and key structures. But it is the infantry who do the hard clearing, house by house, alley by alley. Every door may conceal a blade, every rooftop a stone. The Mongols burn as they go. Flaming arrows are launched into wooden storehouses. Oil is poured into wells. The foot soldier passes a shrine that catches light as he moves. He feels no guilt. His orders are clear. Resistance is to be punished. This city has not surrendered. There will be no clemency. They move toward the central square, where defenders rally around a half-broken gate. The foot soldier draws one of his heavier broadhead arrows, lights the pitch-soaked tip in a brazier by a fallen wagon, and fires it into the gate. 2 more archers join him. Soon, the old wood begins to smoke. While fire distracts, others advance with hooks and ropes, pulling the barrier apart. It gives under pressure, and the infantry swarm in. The square becomes a killing ground. Archers fire from upper windows. Infantry charge across open space. The foot soldier keeps low, using fallen carts for cover. He doesn't fight with glory. He fights to finish. He watches a friend fall to a thrown axe, a clean strike to the chest. There is no time to drag the body. He presses forward. In close quarters, Mongol discipline holds. They fight in pairs and trios, using hand signals to flank and isolate. Their experience with mobile warfare has taught them to adapt in real time. They don't wait for officers to shout orders. They assess. They move. A horn sounds in the distance. Long, flat, low. It signals that the inner palace compound has fallen. The city's last defense is broken. The defenders scatter. Some surrender. Others run, only to be cut down. Now, the second phase begins. The foot soldier's role is clear. He joins a team tasked with clearance, entering buildings to flush out resistance, secure valuables, and locate remaining combatants. It is dangerous, bloody work. Every shadow could be death. He kicks in the door of a warehouse, blade drawn. Inside, women and children cower. No weapons, no threat. He hesitates. The others check for hidden fighters. There are none. The civilians are marked for the quartermasters to sort. They will be processed, perhaps enslaved, relocated, or used as leverage. Some may be spared. Most will not. The Mongol war machine is not sentimental, but it is efficient. He moves on, through alleys filled with smoke and ash, past burning bakeries and temples, past the headless body of a defender, still clutching a broken spear. By afternoon, the city is silent. The fires burn low. The looting begins. It is not chaotic. Each soldier is allowed a portion, recorded by scribes. The Mongol system prohibits random pillage. Everything taken, coin, grain, cloth, wine, horses, is inventoried. Loot is not for impulse. It is part of payment, part of morale, part of the contract that binds the army together. The foot soldier receives a silver cup engraved with foreign script, a bolt of red wool, a bag of millet, 1 copper coin, a curved dagger, jeweled, its previous owner unknown. He eats roasted lamb by a fire lit on the remains of a statue. The meat is hot, the fat crisp. He chews slowly. Nearby, 2 men argue over a ring found on a corpse. A commander intervenes. The ring is seized for official distribution. Order is restored. He sleeps on the stone floor of a half-collapsed house. His bed is ash. His pillow, a rolled tunic. His dreams are short, restless. Tomorrow, they march again. The city is taken, the loot divided, the gates torn down. But conquest does not mean rest, only pause. For the Mongol foot soldier, time between battles is not free time. It is a moment to repair, replenish, remember who he is. It is in these rare hours, camped on ash-covered fields or cold plains just beyond a broken town, that the heart of the Mongol army is clearest. This evening the camp is quiet. Tents rise quickly, horses are staked, meat simmers in iron pots hung from tripods. Smoke curls upward into a cloudless sky. The steppe smells of blood and broth, steel and wool. Men sit in small circles, stitching clothing, fletching arrows, sharpening blades. There is no music, but there is story. A young Arban leader speaks quietly, a tale of Genghis Khan's early years, when he was still Temujin, hunted, exiled, fighting for his life. Of how he united the tribes, punished betrayal, and forged the yasa, the code of law that governs them still. The foot soldier listens. He knows the stories. Everyone does. But they are told anyway, not to inform, but to remind. The yasa is sacred. It prohibits the killing of envoys. It punishes theft, disobedience, cowardice. It demands loyalty, even to commanders who are strangers. It binds the army tighter than chains. When a Mongol breaks the yasa, he breaks from the horde. And few survive that exile. The soldier carries the code not in writing, but in bone. It shapes his instincts. It tells him when to fight, when to obey, when to take only what he is allowed, and when to kill without hesitation. A priest, a shaman of the old ways, walks the rows of tents, burning dried herbs and muttering to the spirits. He wears wolf fur and carries a drum. He is not a general, but all listen when he speaks. The Mongols are not one people, not one faith. They are a confederation. Turks, Tatars, Karaid, Naiman, Mongols, bound by law, by loyalty, by language and fear. They tolerate many beliefs: shamanism, Buddhism, Nestorian Christianity, even the Islam of conquered peoples. But over all stands Tengri, the eternal blue sky. The soldier believes, or tries to. He carries a carved bone charm on a leather cord, a stylized falcon. His mother gave it to him before his first campaign. He hasn't seen her in years. He doesn't know if she's alive, but the charm is always with him. He touches it sometimes when the air grows cold. Another man in his unit carries a scroll with verses from a Buddhist sutra. Another wears a pouch of wolf teeth. No one mocks. The gods are many. The fate of a soldier is thin. They eat in silence. Boiled meat, fermented milk, salted fat and bitter herbs found along the road. It is enough. The foot soldier eats with his knife, tears bread with his hands, drinks warm aerug from a communal cup. Then he sits back and listens as one of the older men talks of past victories. Khwarezm, Hungary, Zhongdu, Bukhara. They are stories full of fire and winter, of ambushes in forests, of bridges held by a single Arban, of generals who died with smiles on their faces. They speak often of death, but not as fear. It is part of the path. The soldier remembers a saying taught to him at 16. A warrior dies once, a coward 1,000 times. That is the measure. Not victory, not glory, but whether one stands when the horn sounds. That is how a Mongol is judged. Later, as darkness falls, he takes time to mend his gear. He runs waxed thread through a tear in his tunic. He oils the bindings of his bow, checks the string's tension, reshapes an arrowhead with a small hammer. Tools are shared. Whetstones passed hand to hand. One man sharpens, another stitches, another melts fat into leather to waterproof his boots. No idle hands. Even now, the army must be ready. They sleep in shifts. Watch rotations are assigned without protest. A mistake could mean slaughter. The soldier's turn comes just before midnight. He stands beneath the stars, watching the horizon, listening for hooves that don't belong. He hears only wind. When his shift ends, he returns to his bedroll, a thick felt mat beneath a patchwork blanket of skins. He removes his boots, sets his blade within reach, and rolls onto his side. Before sleep, he traces the edge of his charm again. He does not pray aloud. The army moves again. The city behind them burns. The sky above it is streaked with ash. Smoke drifts into the morning wind, carried across the steppe like a memory already fading. The stone walls are broken. Its name will be lost. What matters is the road ahead. The Mongol Empire is not interested in glory for its own sake. It is interested in permanence. Its soldiers, riders, smiths, engineers, and footmen like him are not remembered as individuals. There are no personal chronicles, no painted icons. The foot soldier's name, if it was ever written, has long since vanished into dust. And yet, he has changed the world more than kings. He walks now under a sky that stretches across half the earth, the same Tengri that Genghis Khan invoked when he knelt as a boy without a name. Ahead lies another campaign, another city, maybe in Kivan Rus, maybe beyond the Danube. The orders will come as they always do, on a scrap of parchment or a rider's shout. The foot soldier does not ask why. He carries the weight of a system, not a story. The army moves with breathtaking speed. Rivers are crossed using portable pontoon bridges. Mountains are skirted with practiced routes. Herds of goats follow in organized columns. Each soldier carries 3 days of dried food. Each arban has a butcher, a cook, and a craftsman. Everything needed for conquest fits on horseback or the shoulders of men like him. To the outside world, the Mongols are terror incarnate. To him, they are family, and the empire is home. He thinks sometimes of his own Gur, far away in the Khenti mountains. His mother's voice, the smell of boiling horse bones, the way the stars look on a clear winter night. But he does not ache for it. That life is behind him now. This is what he chose, or what chose him. He adjusts the pack on his back, worn leather stretched over bundled tools. Inside, spare string, flint, needles, fat-soaked cloth, dried meat, bone dice, and a rolled length of felt in case of rain. His weapons are clean, his boots oiled, his hands cracked from cold and bowstring. They say the army may split again soon. The left wing will move north, possibly into Poland, where the horses can graze on fields soft from spring thaw. The right wing marches south toward the rivers that feed into the Black Sea, where envoys from fractured kingdoms offer weak treaties and paltry tributes. The center will strike west. He doesn't know where he'll go. He doesn't ask, because movement is the only constant. The empire does not stop. Neither does he. The commanders ride past, trailed by their guards, rich with loot, their armor glinting, their silk sashes flowing like banners. But even they answer to the system. Even they obey the Yasa. The Khan rules all, even across oceans of grass. A courier passes, galloping fast, mud streaking his horse. He carries a paisa stamped with imperial authority. Messages from the capital, maybe from Karakoram, maybe from the great Khan himself. His arrival means something is shifting. The foot soldier watches him go, then returns to his pace. He knows this moment will repeat. March. Fight. Burn. March again. He does not question it. He is not a warlord, not a general. He is the unshaped edge of empire, the part that touches soil and stone, the part that bled on every wall from China to Persia, the part that never sees the history books, but is written in every ruin. Sometimes, when the fires are low and the men are quiet, he wonders what will come after. Will the empire last forever? Will the cities they conquer rise again? Will anyone remember who they were? But the questions pass like the wind. There is work to do. A bridge to build, a city to surround, a war to continue. And so he marches